Please be seated. Honorable members, good morning. I wish to welcome you to the third day and substantially the last day of the plenary business of this assembly session. I hope you are well rested and refreshed for today's business. We will begin just usual reminders about interpretations on the 3 channels for you to follow. Honorable members, are there any notices of motion? I recognize the Honorable Darren Bergman, member from South Africa.
Chair, thank you. And just, if you will permit me just a minute beforehand, it's been an uncomfortable last 24 hours, to say the least, in that what I wanted to propose was an open discussion and a discussion on fairness, and it was a discussion actually about playing the ball and not the player. I didn't want to mention anyone, because the truth is that I said yesterday we have 3 great candidates. I respect each and every candidate that we have. I have a great admiration for the candidates that we have. And I think what I'd hate to do is break any unity that we might have or that we thought we had. What we need to come out of this motion is with consensus and fairness. So please have that in mind. What's happened, what we got now is something that we have to propose, because that's the only way we can get this motion through as urgent. But South Africa continues to engage in a constructive manner, in an inclusive manner, and aim for fairness and democracy in this regard. So I'd like to rise and table a motion, a notice of motion on a matter of urgency and regional importance, and that the motion supports the candidature of Ms. Tulia Axon for the President of the Interparliamentary Union. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. The notice of motion is recorded. Are there other members who want to give notice of motion? There being none, we will proceed with the business of the day. On the Honorable Member from Malawi wishes to give notice of motion.
Point of order, Mr. President.
Yes, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and good morning. Mr. President, I'm rising on a point of order. I would like to be schooled to ask which rule of procedure have we used to come up with such a motion, and what criteria have we used to come up with a candidate. Because I believe in the spirit of democracy and in the spirit of fairness, we are supposed to discuss issues before we come while they are already concluded. And the way the motion is coming, Mr. President, it's coming in such a way that they have already concluded. In other words, they had met somewhere, they had discussed, and they had concluded, and they went to this house to rubber stamp. So I will stand to be guided which procedure are we using, because these are issues to do with IPU. So maybe if we follow our own procedure, Mr. President, we're going to be guided accordingly. Mr. President, let me take you back to Kinshasa. When we had the former president, there was an issue there that was of paramount critical issues to do with the eastern part of the Democratic Republic of Congo. I'm sure everyone remembers. But as SADC member states, we failed to come up as one to talk about the aggressor, which is Rwanda, and our brothers and sisters are dying in DRC. And we would come here to talk about the presidency of a forum. Yet we're failing to protect our brothers and sisters in the Democratic Republic of Congo. So, Mr. President, to cut the story short, Mr. President, let us be guided by our own rules and procedures of the SADC-PF. We need to be guided and we need to be told which rule are we using and what criteria have we used. Because when there was a report yesterday by the advocate, Right Honorable Speaker from Zimbabwe, he had mentioned there are 3 candidates from SADC. And today we're hearing about 1. I would have loved if this motion had talked about all the 3 candidates, so that we did debate accordingly and see what criteria we're going to use. But we can't come and impose on 1 candidate, Mr. President. I beg to move. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I have had the occasion to go over the rules, and I am satisfied that the motion from South Africa is admissible by the rules of the Constitution. I note the points made by the Honorable Member. I believe that the member can intervene in the debate on the motion to make the points that he wishes to make. The Honorable Member from Angola.
Thank you very much, Honorable President of the Parliamentary Forum. Thank you very much, Honorable Speakers of the National Parliaments, distinguished participants. We would like, as a follow-up to what we have been dealing with Seychelles, and because we have gone through all the legal requirements for the submission of this motion, we would like to take the floor in order to second the motion. Thank you.
I think according to the procedures, we are not on the motion yet. We have just taken notice of the motion. We will proceed with the order of business for the day, and the motion is tabled on the order paper for the session of this afternoon. Honorable Member from Angola, what point are you raising? Is it a point of order? Honorable Member, yes.
Thank you, Honorable President. Honorable President and honorable members, I wouldn't like to go against what the head of my delegation has said, but I would like to address the colleague of Malawi who just made reference to DRC. I would like to inform the distinguished, the honorable member that Angola has sent a battalion to DRC in order to cater for the cantonment of M23. So it's not true that our brothers and sisters are dying at the DRC and SADC hasn't done anything. This was a decision.
I don't think you are on the order of, on the business of the point of order. I think this is a separate matter. So we will not address it. We will proceed with the commencement of business for the day. Secretary General, would you please read the first order of business?
Motion on the adoption of the report of the joint meeting of the Standing Committee on Food, Agriculture and Natural Resources, Standing Committee on Trade, Industry, Finance and Investment, Standing Committee on Human and Social Development and Special Programs, and the Standing Committee on Democratization, Governance and Human Rights on Parliament's role in legislating for strategic and sensitive assets, taking into account the security of the nation whilst encouraging direct investment.
Thank you, Secretary General. I now call upon the Honorable Dipatelo Kiorapitse to move the motion.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. President, distinguished leaders of delegations, distinguished delegates. Mr. President, I beg to move that this plenary assembly do adopt the report of the joint sitting of the Standing Committee on Food, Agriculture and Natural Resources, Trade, Industry, Finance and Investment, Human and Social Development and Special Programs, and Democratization, Governance and Human Rights to the 53rd Plenary Assembly session of the SADC Parliamentary Forum, laid on the table on the 4th of July, 2023.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Do we have a seconder for this motion? The member will please second.
Monsieur le Président, je prends la parole pour soutenir la motion de l'honorable.
Mr. President, I'm taking the floor to support the point of my colleague to show that this is accepting and encouraging the Assembly to adopt the motion of the TFI, SH, DSP, DGHR, and the special program, as well as the DGHR Commission. Mr. President, as the Plenary Assembly is well aware, around the world,
We will proceed with the mover of the motion, and your address in secondment will come afterwards. Thank you.
De la motion.
I will now
Merci.
call upon the Honorable Kyo Rapetse to present the report.
Mr. President, thank you very much. The joint session was held under the theme, Parliament's role in legislating for strategic and sensitive assets, taking into account the security of the nation, whilst encouraging direct investment. Mr. President, in the last decade, many countries have eliminated most barriers to transboundary capital flows and have abolished exceptions to national treatment for the acquisition, ownership, control, or operation of national strategic or sensitive assets by foreigners. This has created economic opportunities for host economies and multilateral enterprises. However, these opportunities may be fraught with risks, including those related to the host country's essential security interests. Further, Mr. President, for decades, countries worldwide have arrangements to review, assess, and address potential national security risks arising from specific foreign direct investment. In the 1990s, the foreign direct investment ratio was only around 7% against around 40% gross national product, largely because investment largely took place among allies. However, parameters today are seemingly different, with world FDI to GDP ratios increasing sixfold, with advanced and transitioning economies opening up to more foreign capital. As a result of this paradigm shift, concerns have been growing regarding the following. A, technological changes and the growing sensitivity of quantity of sensitive data. B, the more assertive stance of some countries in the global economy and strategic competition. And C, natural resource sustainability and generational equity. And D, debt acquired from countries to build capital infrastructure, with those foreign countries taking the same infrastructure as guarantee for debt repayment. Mr. President, distinguished leaders of delegations, honorable members, these concerns have seen more countries begin to complement, expand, or replace traditional authorization requirements in sectors considered sensitive, with new and more comprehensive policies that address the security risks associated with inward investment. It is unfortunate that, on the contrary, most African countries have not developed comprehensive policies or enacted laws to ensure sustainability of investment coming into their countries, especially those impacting on their natural resources, sensitive infrastructure, or advanced technology. Most have opted for piecemeal enactment in, for example, defense and security laws, land laws, company laws, financial management laws, security laws, among others. Many African countries have rather stayed preoccupied with ensuring big direct investment from foreign countries into their countries, guaranteeing and protecting such investment, and assuring, without tight controls, the externalization of foreign exchange end. Now, Mr. President, given the foregoing, the Standing Committee on Food, Agriculture and Natural Resources, Trade, Industry, Finance and Investment, Human and Social Development and Special Programs, and the Standing Committee on Democratization, Governance and Human Rights convened in a joint session and deliberated on the theme, Parliament's role in legislating for strategic and sensitive assets, taking into account the security of the nation, whilst encouraging direct investment. Mr. President, distinguished leaders of delegation, honorable members, ladies and gentlemen, in deliberating on this theme, the joint session received a detailed presentation from an expert resource person. Having received the presentation, the joint session identified several factors which mitigate against SADC member states' capacity to effectively manage their natural resources and protect their sensitive assets. These factors included lack of technological advancements, which placed African countries at a disadvantage in terms of natural resource management, exploration, utilization, and value addition, and lack of harmonization of legislation governing foreign direct investment among African countries. As a result of this, instead of being united and working together as a collective, countries in the SADC region tend to compete against each other for foreign direct investment rather than collaborate and negotiate as a bloc. Other factors are lack of patriotism, leading to many African leaders seeking self-benefit as opposed to making decisions that benefit the people they serve. Lack of transparency in the contracts and agreements involving strategic assets are often not transparent and not inclusive. Limited constraints on the power of political authorities, whereby many African leaders hold a significant amount of control and power to decide how natural resources are used and managed, with little accountability during and after their tenure. There is also the challenge of striking a balance between encouraging foreign direct investment on the one hand and protecting strategic assets on the other, as well as lack of capacity to implement necessary regulations even where they do exist. Mr. President, following the presentation and deliberations on the theme, the joint session concerned that sensitive and strategic assets of member states, including hospitals, roads, bridges, dams, airfields, constitute jewels on the nation and are often pivotal for the adequate functioning of government and society. Further concerned that such assets often turn out to be foreign-owned or are at the mercy of debt instruments, which impose foreclosure of these assets as a remedy in case of non-payment of the debt obligation. Aware that, on the other hand, foreign direct investment remains a prerequisite for steady economic growth, with countries aiming for clean FDI that is compliant with anti-money laundering AML or combating the financing of terrorism CFT regulations, double tax avoidance treaties, and other prescribed norms. Mindful that it is an international practice that countries help one another through foreign aid, and that nearly all countries, even advanced nations, have a margin of foreign debt which they commit to repay over time. And cognizant that there is a need for a careful balancing exercise to be conducted by member states to weigh the need to contract foreign aid through debts taken on strategic assets against failing to provide citizens with the necessary infrastructure required for development, especially as the Sustainable Agenda 2030 is dependent on adequate state infrastructure to house institutions, promote public peace, entrench gender equality, to cite but a few objectives. Now, therefore, Mr. President, the joint session recommends to the 53rd Plenary Assembly to Roman numeral 1, urge SADC member parliaments to review the normative framework for the use of strategic assets of the nation and to dissociate those from foreign ownership. Roman numeral 2, prompt SADC member states to find healthy and innovative ways of attracting FDI and to depart from the sale of assets, especially land, to foreigners as a means to improve the yearly FDI figure, given that such forms of FDI will be one-off only and will not be renewable to the economy. Roman numeral 3, urge SADC member states to leverage on the African Continental Free Trade Area to promote intra-Africa investments, which are sustainable and which generate wealth that can be absorbed within Africa. Roman numeral 4, encourage SADC member states to submit major debt instruments that are likely to bind successive governments to Parliament for its approval by a qualified majority, in view of improving good governance, transparency, and accountability in the management of public funds, especially where such funds will be utilized to acquire or construct strategic or sensitive assets. Roman numeral 5, further encourage SADC member states to constitute such oversight bodies or agencies as are permissible by law to monitor the contracting of foreign debt by all public bodies or departments and to ensure that hidden debt or guarantees are not concealed through complex organizational structures. Roman numeral 6, call upon SADC member parliaments to domesticate the SADC Model Law on Public Financial Management, adopted by the 51st Plenary Assembly of the Forum, to heighten parliamentary control over the public financial processes, including government debt operations. Roman numeral 6, urge SADC member parliaments to enact laws that provide for transparency with regard to foreign debt instruments and a renegotiation of. With these few words, allow me to present the report on the deliberations of the joint session of the Standing Committee on Food, Agriculture and Natural Resources, Trade, Industry, Finance and Investment, Human and Social Development and Special Programs, and Democratization, Governance and Human Rights to this 53rd Plenary Assembly for consideration and adoption. Mr. President, I beg to move.
Thank you. Thank you, Honourable Member, for presenting the motion. I will now give the floor to the seconder, the Honourable Nadine Louabeya, to present a speech in secondment of the motion.
Merci, Président, pour la parole. Comme vous le savez, Monsieur le Président, cette plénière le sait certainement, au niveau mondial, le domaine politique des investissements dans les ressources naturelles, les technologies de pointe et des produits pharmaceutiques, entre autres, évoluent rapidement.
Excuse me, please, Honourable Member. Properly hearing, is that correct?
Ça va?
Can you hear us on the English channel? Yes, I can hear you. Okay, thank you. You're welcome.
Ok, merci. Comme je le disais, merci, Monsieur.
As I was saying, thank you, Mr. President, for giving me the floor. As this plenary session certainly knows, at the global level, the policy area of investments in natural resources. Can you hear us? So, as this plenary assembly will no doubt be aware, at the global level, the policy area of investment in natural resources, advanced technologies, and pharmaceuticals, among others, is fast changing, with more restriction in access, limitations, and despite rapid global changes and enhanced protectionist measures, Africa is lagging behind, except a few countries in legislating stringent legal rules controlling investments in certain national strategic and sensitive assets and advanced technologies by foreigners. Mr. President, given the foregoing, parliaments in the SADC should be able to legislate to protect these assets and protect state property and isolate the assets that are affected by foreign intervention. Parliament should find a balance between the two objectives that are the sufficient protective of said assets and the obligations that the state takes in terms of that. Though these obligations are important, Parliament should exercise oversight and guarantee balance to avoid the paralysis of the state that can lead to asset foreclosure because of non-payment of debt obligations. Similarly, parliaments are also suitably situated to encourage foreign direct investment flows and ensure that the state becomes financially robust for it to accommodate its own infrastructure projects without debt financing. This can be conducted through facilitative laws on starting businesses, attracting investors, and removing obstacles to economic development. Mr. President, infrastructure development agreements often seem to be palatable on the face of it. Indeed, they enable the state to actualize essential public infrastructure for the benefit of citizens. It is common knowledge that strategic and sensitive assets of the state have a major impact on human and social development, and as well as the quality of life of citizens. Some assets, such as water plants or solar farms, are fundamental for the survival of citizens through provision of utilities or energy. Without such assets, it will be impossible for citizens to live and enjoy basic human rights, such as food or shelter. Infrastructure, such as public schools, is crucial for the state to realize the right to education. The use of foreign aid covers all sectors, including construction of parliament buildings, hospitals, transport stations, and mineral drills, all of which are critical infrastructure. However, Mr. President, concern has been rising as regards the motivations for lenders to require preferential loan agreements, which may undermine the sovereignty of the recipient states in the long run. Furthermore, it is often not possible to objectively assess whether the agreements have been conducted at arm's length. The ultimate concern is that these agreements have the capacity to leave one state dependent on another in case of inability to repay the debt amount on time. Mr. President, cognizant of the serious implications that such arrangements can have on the sovereignty of indebted states, the joining session reiterated the need for countries in the SADC region to be united in creating strict rules and regulations for the protection of their national assets and to set a standard for all African countries. The joint session further emphasized that decisions involving national assets must be open, inclusive, and transparent, giving the people a say in the management of their assets. In this regard, let me reiterate that parliaments must remain at the forefront of deliberations and initiatives to protect citizens from nefarious effects that the sudden foreclosure of strategic assets can entail. In conclusion, in concurring with the call by the mover of this motion for the development of a model law to deal with the management of strategic and sensitive assets of the state, let me emphasize that such a normative instrument will go a long way in addressing the concern identified by the joint session regarding the need for harmonization of the legislative landscape in the SADC region. Mr. President, I beg to second the motion, and I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I shall now open the floor for debate. Members wishing to address shall raise their hands. And reminder, you have 5 minutes for an intervention, and remember to introduce yourself. I will begin with the member from South Africa.
Thank you, Mr. President. My name is Seiso Muhai. I rise today to support this report that draws attention to the critical issues pertaining to our country's sovereignty and the protection of state assets, and notably those financed by international creditors. First and foremost, national sovereignty is the backdrop upon which our country's independence and self-determination stand. It is our duty as elected representative to safeguard and protect this sovereignty at all costs, striving to maintain control over our economic and financial resources is paramount, ensuring that external influences do not compromise our national interest or hinder our ability to make autonomous decisions. One aspect of protecting our respective countries' national sovereignty lies in the responsible handling of debt and the associated protection of state assets. In cases of debt default, it is crucial that we establish mechanisms that protects these assets from undue influence or seizure by international creditors. We must ensure that our state assets remain resilient and shielded, enabling us to negotiate fair and sustainable solutions in times of financial distress. However, protection alone is not sufficient. Transparency is a cornerstone of good governance, enabling citizens to hold their representatives accountable for their actions. It is imperative that we foster a culture of openness and disclose relevant information to the public, particularly in matters concerning state assets and foreign funding. Transparency not only reinforces the trust between governments and its citizens, but also serves to deter corrupt practices, fostering an environment of integrity and accountability. In this regard, South Africa fully supports the drafting and adoption of the model law on management of strategic and sensitive assets of the state. Regional collaboration to establish a common framework will ensure clear guidelines for transparency and good governance when it comes to foreign funding of state assets. Through such collective efforts, we can strengthen regional cooperation, build trust, and share best practices in promoting responsible utilization of external resources while protecting our nation's interest. To conclude, Mr. President, protecting national sovereignty, ensuring transparency, and promoting good governance are critical components of our responsibilities as members of parliament. By upholding these principles, we safeguard our country's independence, protect our state assets, and foster trust and accountability within our region. Thank you, Mr. President. Can I, Mr. President, just conclude on a note that today South Africa woke up to the tragic news of another pillar of our freedom fighters and who fought for democracy, the late former minister who served in the Thabo Mbeki's cabinet, the former president, Mr. Isop Bahad, who served our nation with profound humility. We want to convey our heartfelt condolences to his family and the people of South Africa for their loss. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. And on behalf of the forum, I would express our condolences. Are there other members who wish to address? Do we have the member from Lesotho?
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Quite obviously, this is a very important topic because of the experience that our various countries have already traversed in this area. I just want to say what is actually work in progress in the Kingdom of Lesotho in this space. Courtesy of SADC, Lesotho has been in the last couple of years working on comprehensive political and constitutional reforms, the purpose being to reposition our institutions for efficacy and to better serve our people. The areas of reforms include, amongst others, constitution mainstreaming of the Human Rights Commission in order to be supportive to ensure that the democratic dividends are effectively enjoyed by our people. Now, in this area of debt management and commitments that may be initiated by governments, the proposed reforms most importantly constitutionalize the supervisory role of Parliament in so far as overseeing the commitments that government will make in leveraging debts for infrastructure developments and other developmental objectives of the country. The proposed clauses specifically state that beyond a certain level, the executive will be obliged to transparently submit to Parliament the proposed interactions with foreign direct interest, and Parliament, if it deems necessary to approve, it will approve, having assured itself that the vital interests of the country will be duly protected. So in this way, I think we have moved a little bit ahead in the sense that we have decided to put this important requirement in the constitution of the country. And naturally, there will be acts of parliament that will seek to institutionalize how that clause in the constitution will be leveraged. And so indeed, Mr. President, we do support this proposal that comes from the committee. We think it is a very, very important development in protecting the strategic interests of our respective countries. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Member. I do not have any other requests to address the motion. I will therefore call on the mover of the motion to respond to the debate.
Thank you, Mr. President. Let me extend my gratitude to the colleagues who have supported the motion. I think there is no doubt that as the continent of Africa, we are resource endowed. We are resource endowed, and that we have attracted a great deal of foreign direct investment over time to, exploit these sensitive and strategic assets that we have or that we are endowed with, and that in the process, coupled with sort of the less growth in terms of domestic investment, we have had the challenges that I have outlined on the management of sensitive and strategic assets. It appears that we all agree that just as this forum has been, set up as a quest to or for regional integration, that it's important to improve our inter-Africa trade and also to have our homegrown solutions. Just as now we have the African Development Bank, the need for always going out to beyond the shores to get finance, and thereby making us vulnerable to interference or ceding our sovereignty in the process, has to diminish. One way in which this was, the joint committees discussed was the possibility of an African central bank. An African central bank, because it was agreed that, for the market of 1.4 billion, that is the African population, we can go far as African countries. It would appear that just as the joint session of the committees in May, Johannesburg, I believe it was Radisson Blue, talked about the need to develop a model law on the management of sensitive and strategic assets, that there seems to be a consensus or an agreement that such a model law to sort of standardize requirements in the SADC region, that it is needed. And of course, as I've indicated yesterday, we know what happened in the 70s, in the 80s, right up to the 90s, when the African country's sovereignty was so much undermined as a result of the debt crisis, primarily from the Bretton Woods institutions, where we were told that we are supposed to adopt the orthodox economic precepts without any empirical evidence as a basis for African countries to adopt those. And that we have seen over the years that the newly industrialized countries, you may cite Japan, China, and others, their developmental trajectory has been a substantive negation of this Washington consensus model of development, which we are told we need to adopt. So, Mr. President, I think it's clear that there is a need to do more when it comes to sensitive and strategic assets, especially in dealing with international creditors, who, and at the end, if we are not careful, we'll see that our public goods are no longer public goods, but private goods owned externally by some of these interests. Most importantly, Mr. President, an emphasis was placed on the role of Parliament to play a supervisory and oversight role when it comes to the management of sensitive and strategic assets. And particular emphasis was placed on openness and transparency. And I would like to cite the Extractive Industry Transparency Initiative, which emphasizes the need to be transparent and more open with regards to the extractive industries, the mining contracts, the exploration contracts, and such other related contracts. Because if you do so, the reason was given that it will deter corrupt practices and that it will also, foster accountability in the management of strategic and sensitive assets. So, Mr. President, with those few remarks in reacting to the colleagues who have commented on this issue, I beg to move for the adoption of the report. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I now put the question that the report of the Joint Committee of the Joint Meeting of the Standing Committees on Food, Agriculture, Natural Resources, the Standing Committee on Trade, Industry, Finance and Investment, Standing Committee on Human Rights and Social Development and Special Programs, Standing Committee on Democratisation, Governance and Human Rights, on Parliament's role in legislating for strategic and sensitive assets, taking into account the security of the nation whilst encouraging direct investments, be adopted by the Plenary Assembly. Are there any objections? There being no objections, the report of the Joint Standing Committees on Parliament's role in legislating for strategic and sensitive assets, taking into account the security of the nation whilst encouraging direct investments is duly adopted. Thank you. We have concluded on this first item of business, and I will ask the Secretary General, would you please read the second order for the day?
Motion for the adoption of the report of the Regional Parliamentary Model Laws Oversight Committee on progress on the domestication of the SADC Model Law in elections, using electoral system designing to achieve inclusive governance, specifically women, youth, and minority groups' participation and representation, as well as political financing regulation.
Thank you. I now call the chairperson of the committee, the Honorable Ismail Ndaila Onani, to move the motion.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, for giving the floor. Mr. President, before I move my motion, I would also like to put on record that today back home in Malawi, we are celebrating our 59th independence. And we're also privileged to be joined with the President of the United Republic of Tanzania. It's more than an honor and a privilege. Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President,
before you proceed, Honorable, please allow me to express the congratulations of the Forum on the Independence Days of our two member nations. I hope your people will be celebrating in joy. Thank you, Honorable Member. You may proceed on the motion.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, I beg to move that this plenary assembly do adopt the report of the Regional Parliamentary Model Laws Oversight Committee to the 53rd plenary assembly session of the SADC Parliamentary Forum laid on the table on the 4th of July, 2023. I beg to move, Mr. President.
Thank you. Do we have a second for the motion? The Honorable Member from Tanzania.
Thank you, Mr. President. My name is Shirley Raymond, a Member of Parliament from Tanzania. I beg to support the motion, to second the motion.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The Honorable Onani will now present the report.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, the committee draws its mandate from Article 17, subsection 4 of the Constitution of the SADC-PF and Rule 20, subsection 2 of the Rules of Procedure of the SADC-PF. Mr. President, the committee met under the theme Progress on the Domestication of the Model Law on Elections, using electoral system design to achieve inclusive governance, specifically women, youth, and minority groups' participation and representations, as well as political financing regulations. The committee was privileged to benefit from the presentations by the author and researcher who has written and researched widely on various governance, democracy, elections, peace, and development issues in Africa. He is also a visiting professor at the Center for African Diplomacy and Leadership at the University of Johannesburg. Mr. President, the findings of the committee, including recommendations arising from the interactions with the presenter, are outlined in the committee's report. Allow me to merely highlight a few of the salient issues contained therein. Following the insightful presentations and deliberations, the committee noted that most of the electoral systems of the SADC member states were out of context and needed to be reformed. In this regard, reform initiatives were the preserve of parliaments and should be undertaken periodically. They should further be informed by nation and internationally recognized election standards, in particular those contained in the SADC Model Law on Elections. Furthermore, Mr. President, the committee noted that the key hallmarks of the representatives' democracy and principles of free and fair elections were freedom, representation, accountability, inclusiveness, and constitutional order. In addition, the committee agreed that inclusiveness in elections means meaningful inclusion and representation of all citizens in the society. This is crucial in ensuring that vulnerable and marginalized groups such as women, youth, and persons with disability can participate and have a voice in the national affairs. The committee agreed further that member countries need to address the increasing trend of voter apathy and decline in voter turnout, in particular amongst the youth. Worryingly, this decline in voter turnout is predicted on declining trust in institutions, including political parties and the electoral system itself. Mr. President, the committee resolved that member states should engage in inclusiveness strategies that can be employed to address the issue of declining voter turnout, ranging from affirmative action to providing for voluntary and legislated agenda quotas and providing funding for the marginalized groups. Further, the committee resolved that member states should pass legislations to ensure effective electoral reform premised on broad-based representation of all segments of society, including vulnerable and marginalized social groups through stakeholder consultations, genuine national dialogue and consensus, and explore ways in which young and the youth could be motivated to participate in elections. The committee noted that the 2018 SADC Model Law on Elections was the first ever model law on elections globally. The model law provides that member countries should adopt positive measures such as diversity management, affirmative action, including quotas for women, youth, persons with disability, and the elderly, minority ethnic groups, and other disadvantaged groups as part of their electoral system. The model law also provides that the member states should put in place mechanisms to ensure the implementation of affirmative action and other positive measures to enhance political participation in the electoral process. In this regard, the members also noted that the election statistics for each of the SADC member countries showing the extent of participation by the focus groups of the meeting were not encouraging. On the contrary, the statistics revealed declining voter turnout, especially amongst the youth and this pointed to the need to ensure inclusiveness. The committee also noted there were 4 SADC countries which were scheduled to hold elections in 2023 and 7 countries in 2024. In this regard, the member states must ensure that their electoral systems promote the meaningful inclusion and participation of the marginalized and vulnerable groups, especially women and the youth, who constitute generally more than 50% women and over 60% youth of the nation population and persons with disabilities. In addition, Mr. President, the committee noted that the electoral systems must consider the accessibility of polling stations and the provision of necessary support for accessing polling stations for persons with disability. Mr. President, the committee also further noted the importance of political party funding in elections and that this has to be regulated in order to avoid corrupt practices and misuse of public funds. Furthermore, the committee recognized that private funding, which in most cases is not regulated, could result in a number of problems ranging from the kickbacks to perpetrators of the illicit financial flows and, in some cases, state capture. Mr. President, the committee further noted the rationale for electoral reforms, in particular that electoral reforms were aimed at ensuring a representative parliament and an inclusive government, making elections accessible and meaningful, providing incentives for coalition of political disputes, facilitating transparent and effective government accountability and responsiveness. Pursuant to its deliberations, the committee recommends to the 53rd Plenary Assembly to urge SADC member states to ensure regular reforms for the electoral system guided by the 7 main pillars of the electoral reform, in particular the inclusion of the marginalized groups and electoral integrity. Employ on SADC member states to pass legislation ensuring that the reform of their electoral systems is premised on broad-based representation of all segments of society, including vulnerable groups and marginalized social groups, through stakeholder consultations, genuine national dialogue, and consensus. Engage SADC member states to explore ways in which young people and the youth can be motivated to participate in elections in order to address youth voter apathy and declining trust in institutions, including political parties. Authorize and direct the Secretariat to proceed to engage with international and regional parliamentary bodies for a platform to present reports on SADC-PF activities and programs, and also on the domestication of implementation of SADC model laws as a measure to enhance the forum's visibility and ensure that the value of the model laws is appreciated by the member countries which constitute those bodies. The committee further is resolved that SADC member states should, as a requirement by SADC model law on elections, adopt positive measures, including quotas for disadvantaged groups as part of the electoral systems, and ensure their enforcement. Mr. President, on behalf of the committee, I wish to sincerely thank the resource persons for the insightful and well-researched presentations he made during the meeting, which facilitated our understanding and engagement on the issue before us. In conclusion, Mr. President, allow me to also place on record the gratitude of the committee to the Secretary General and her team for the steering work done in facilitating our work. Mr. President, I beg to move.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I shall now allow the seconder, the Honourable Shally Raymond, to present a speech in secondment of the motion.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I rise to support the motion on the report of the Regional Parliamentary Model Laws Oversight Committee, which has been so ably moved by the chairperson, Honorable Ishmael J. Ndaila Onani, Member of Parliament from Malawi. Mr. President, in supporting the mover of the motion, let me state from the outset that since most of our electoral systems in the SADC region were inherited from the colonial era, for the time being, they are not appropriate for our countries, and they contribute to the many socioeconomic and political problems in the region, in that they flawed and need to be reformed with a view to addressing major shortcomings, including the exclusion of marginalized groups from participation. As SADC member of states, the reform of the electoral systems must be guided and informed by international, continental, and regional election norms and standards, such as the 1948 Universal Declaration for Human Rights, the UDHR, the 1966 International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, SADC-PF, the 1981 African Charter on Human and People's Rights, ACHRP, the 2007 African Charter on Democracy, Elections and Governance, ACDG, the 2001 SADC-PF norms, and the standard for elections in SADC, the 2004 SADC principles and guidelines governing democratic elections as amended in 2015, 2003 ASA/ECF principles for elections management, monitoring and observation, PEMMO in the SADC region, and the 2018 SADC Model Law on elections. In particular, the committee recommends that in undertaking electoral reforms, SADC member states should draw up upon SADC Model Law on elections, which requires member states to, among other things, adopt positive measures and put in place mechanisms to ensure political participation in vulnerable and marginalized groups. Member parliaments should therefore intensify their efforts in advocating for the domestication of the model law on elections by calling for the realization of the rights of marginalized groups and ensuring that their governments put in place policies and laws that will ensure the inclusion of such groups. One way of ensuring inclusiveness is, for example, the adoption of positive measures for the participation of women, youth, persons with disabilities, the elderly, minority, ethnic groups, and other disadvantaged groups. Further, parliamentarians must endeavor to ensure that their governments commit to setting aside budgets for implementation of the provision of the SADC Model Law once domesticated. We always hear that a certain model law has been domesticated, but then nothing is done. This is not fair. Mr. President, I also wish to emphasize the sentiments expressed by the mover that member states should pass legislation to ensure the participation of vulnerable and marginalized social groups in elections and in political life of their countries generally. Such participation is critical to a vibrant democratic culture and subsequently to socio-economic development. Finally, Mr. President, I welcome and support the proposal that the SADC-PF Secretariat should continue engaging with other international and regional parliamentary bodies. This will ensure that the call for the domestication of the SADC Model Law on elections, for instance, is amplified as most of the SADC member states are presented in various interparliamentary bodies. In addition, through such engagement, the forum can benefit from the experiences of other parliamentary bodies with regard to the best practice in electoral system. Before I conclude, Mr. President, may I thank the SG for being always up to date in giving us workshops and seminars to make us be in line with what is happening in the region. Mr. President, I second the motion.
Thank you, Honorable Member. We will now have a debate on the motion. Members wishing to debate, please raise your hands. Observe 5 minutes of allocated time. I will start with the member from Botswana. Yes, I have.
Thank you, Mr. President. Let me thank the mover of the motion, my worthy friend from Malawi, and the second honorable member from Tanzania. It's a very important topic that must concern all of us. It would appear that we do have a declining voter turnout, especially of the youth, 18 to 29. The reasons have been studied by various scholars in terms of what is the reason. But also the most disheartening fact to note is that even though women participate in large numbers in terms of voting, they remain underrepresented in key decision-making bodies, especially the assemblies. In Botswana, for instance, I think we stand at 5, if not 7%. Women representation in our parliament. The under 45 in our parliament, I think we are less than 5 at the moment. So, and of course, there is also the issue of marginalized groups, other marginalized groups outside the youth and women who are also underrepresented in various assemblies in the SADC region. So I think the SADC Model Law on elections serve as a very important tool that we need to domesticate as member countries. Mr. President, in particular, I want to zero into countries which are still lagging behind in terms of state or public funding of political parties. I think we have up to 3 in the SADC region, 3 if not 4 in the SADC region. And of course, we all know the business communities that exist in those countries will be inclined to support the ruling parties in those countries as opposed to the opposition. The point that the mover of the motion raised in terms of vulnerabilities to state capture exist. And it is also very important that private funding is also regulated. Private funding should also be regulated, and we need to emphasize transparency and accountability. Mr. President, we still have practices in the SADC region where ballot papers are not counted at polling stations, and they travel hundreds of kilometers to counting stations. And the model law is very clear on counting of ballot at polling stations. It is one aspect that we also need to look at in enhancing participation. The last point I wish to talk about, because there are many things that one can really talk about in terms of enhancing participation and making sure that we do have elections which are credible and reflect the will of the people, is the issue of resolution of electoral disputes. And I think when you look at the model law with regards to this point, it presupposes that when we deal with election issues or electoral disputes, we need to be having bodies of not only law, but equity. The case of Malawi serves as a good example where the courts overturned elections, and there was a second vote, and in that vote, the ruling party, which was said to have won, actually lost those elections. Around the same time in Botswana, the opposition was dismissed on a technicality, meaning that the courts sort of emphasized the strictures of the rules of order and procedure without functioning as a court of law and equity, and dismissed the petitions on a technicality where the merits were not debated. And if we have more of those, now the alternatives to proper, peaceful electoral dispute resolution mechanism will diminish, and those who are aggrieved will resort to other means, and those other means will obviously threaten the peace in those countries. And I think that, in summary, Mr. President, there is a need to conform and domesticate the SADC model law on elections. I thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I have a member from Eswatini. Would you,
yes,
please?
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. President, for affording me the opportunity to make an intervention in this very important and relevant item on our discussions. Back home, we have a slogan, a philosophy, that you cannot remain behind when there is an endeavor to build a nation. We are here to share ideas, share centers of excellency, so that we may improve wherever we may want to. In this regard, Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, I took note of the mover's statement where he pointed out, and I must say, he moved those areas where he thought we were not doing this, and to ensure that they are inclusive, given the overwhelming view here that certain categories seem to be marginalized when it comes to that. Excuse me. Parliament, the government of Eswatini, has found it fit that it amends its current electoral law such that it recognizes, shall I say, the spirit of this meeting with regards to marginalized groups, to ensure that women, to ensure that the youth, to ensure that the marginalized groups are also catered during the nomination and other processes that form part and parcel of the electoral law. So all I'm saying, Rome was not built in a day, but we are steadily and surely getting there with this new development in line with the overwhelming spirit of this meeting. I so submit your Mr. President.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I have another member from Botswana.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I'll say good morning, honorable members. I'll talk about this because it's very, very important. And Mr. President, I accept the report and support it because as the region, we have to design laws like this one so that member states can adopt and implement them to strengthen the governance processes. Mr. President, political financing regulation is very important, especially when it comes to combating illicit financial flows. As member states, we have to accept model laws like this one to fight money laundering, which could be used to finance political parties, especially in our country. I can't say much, but it is there. I can talk about it more when I'm in my country, but here I'm just warning, saying it is there. Mr. President, model laws like political financing regulation can also guard against possible state capture, which can cause severely and dent or compromise the country's economy. Mr. President, women, youth, and minority groups struggle financially when they want to stand for elections because of lack of sponsors and financial muscle. If the model law can have provision of funding of women, youth, and minority groups, it will bring a balance in the political landscape, especially at the rural villages. Mr. President, this will also encourage women, youth, and minority groups to participate in political space and contest for political offices. Mr. President, Botswana is progressive in terms of appointing women and youth for political offices. During 2019 general election, only 3 women were elected to become members of parliament. I'm one of them. Because Botswana is progressive of issues of gender equality and women empowerment, Parliament of Botswana endorsed 4 women as specially elected members of parliament. This is commendable because Parliament of Botswana has 7 women as members of parliament, and 6 of them are in the executive. I'm one of them. This indicates that Parliament of Botswana is heading towards the right direction. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, honorable member. I recognize the member from Zambia.
Thank you, Mr. President, for giving me an opportunity to make a few comments also on the issue we are discussing right now. Mr. President, in part 2 of the SADC Model Law on elections, where it talks about principles on elections, under point 6, which is the universal adult and equal suffrage and broad participation. Section 1 talks about that the state shall ensure equal suffrage and broad participation of citizens, including minority groups, and that the broadest pool of voters are allowed to cast ballots. Mr. President, I would like to share with the members in this House the progress that we have made as Zambia regarding the domestication of this provision. So far, Mr. President, in Zambia in 2021, for the first time, we had inmates participating in voting since independence. And I feel we got independence in 1964, and for all those years, we never had inmates participating in elections, in voting. But for the first time in 2021, we had this experience. So we are also on course in domesticating this model law. This is what I wanted to share with the plenary. I thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, honorable member. I have the honorable speaker from Tanzania. I will give her the floor.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. Thank you for the opportunity to address your august House. First of all, I'd like to commend the mover of the motion and the seconder. They have raised very important points on behalf of their committees. Two issues. The first one, I would like to go to page 5 of the 9 pages and paragraph E. It's talking about the 2018 SADC Model Law on elections, and then it's talking about the fact that this model law is talking about positive measures such as diversity management, affirmative action, including quotas for women, youth, persons with disability, the elderly, minority, ethnic groups, and other disadvantaged groups. Mr. President, this is very valid in our current situations. But then I think the question should be, what have our respective countries and our respective parliaments have done in this respect? Because here we are being told that the model laws haven't really been adopted in our respective countries. But it's possible that the model law has so many things that as countries we can't do them in a day. Like our colleague from Eswatini said, Rome wasn't built in a day. But we have to be taking steps. What have we started doing? Because here we are listening to a parliament that has only 3 women, if I heard correctly, 3 or 4 women. And here, yesterday, I had people, men in the house, when I said we haven't reached there, they were busy clapping for my colleague from Lesotho, who was saying, you know, we need to all move together. We can't move together when we have left behind so many people. We have to go back to them, bring them on board, and then we start moving together. I think this paragraph underscores the fact that we are not yet there. We have to be inclusive, but we are parliamentarians. And now I'm going to the second point. Since we are parliamentarians, page 7 of the 9 pages, it's paragraph 7, it's saying, noted with regret that many SADC countries inherited electoral systems from their colonial rulers, which did not take into account the unique social, cultural, and political-economic contexts of the colonized countries. Since few of these countries had reformed their electoral laws, their systems were fraught with flaws and were in dire need of comprehensive reforms. My question is, how long do we think we are actually justified to blame our colonial masters now? Some of us here were born after independence of our countries. And we are here still talking about the problems of the colonial master. I mean, we have to reach a point where we have to take responsibility of our inaction. We have to do something. We are members of parliament sitting here. We are speakers sitting here. These members of parliament here are equally members of parliament in our respective houses. Bring those issues in our respective countries. Let's make the changes. We can't blame the colonial master 60 years after independence. Now we are talking about Malawi celebrating their independence today. How many years are those? We can't be discussing about colonial masters. We have grown past that. Mr. President, we have to take responsibility for the growth of our SADC, for the growth of our SADC towards having parliaments which are more inclusive, and so the electoral laws have to be changed to ensure we are more inclusive, everybody's brought on board, and then we keep moving together. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I do not have any further requests for address, so I will call on the mover of the motion to respond to the debate.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Let me start off by thanking the speakers that have taken the floor. We've had speakers from Botswana. We had also a speaker from Zambia and also the Speaker of Parliament of the United Republic of Tanzania. Having summarized what they have said, The issue is that now we need to take responsibility, full responsibility of our fate and of our future, not forgetting that we need to move together. And also we need to be mindful of state capture and also the funding of the political parties. Mr. President, we have got some countries that they have started doing a lot. We've got an example like Zimbabwe. They've got a special quota for the youth, a special quota for the women, and also a special quota for the disabled. So this is one of the progressive reports that we have, as many countries were also heading towards the same direction. And Zimbabwe is just an example. But without further ado, Mr. President, let me submit and stop there. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I now put the question that the report of the Regional Parliamentary Model Laws Oversight Committee on progress on the domestication of the SADC Model Law on elections using electoral system designing to achieve inclusive governance, specifically women, youth, and minority groups' participation and representation, as well as political financing regulation, be adopted. Are there any objections? There are no objections, so the report of the Regional Parliamentary Model Laws Oversight Committee on progress on the domestication of the SADC Model Law on elections using electoral system designing to achieve inclusive governance, specifically women, youth, and minority groups, participation and representation, as well as political financing regulation, is duly adopted. Thank you, members. We have reached the conclusion of this item. I notice that we are ahead of time. However, we are due to take break at 11. I would not like to squeeze the next item in between. So I propose that we take break now and we resume duly at 11:30 hours as on schedule. We will rise to adjourn.
ndamuza ine zimene zonzwayo ukanditengera kumene koko ndikupeza konko
Thank you, honorable members, for returning to duty. We will resume with business on the order paper. Secretary General, would you please read the next order for the day?
Motion for the adoption of the report of the joint meeting of the Standing Committee and the Regional Women's Parliamentary Caucus on accelerating the domestication and implementation of SADC Model Law on child marriage and gender-based violence, good practices, challenges, and way forward.
I now call upon the chairperson of the committee, Honorable Rosie Bistoke, to move the motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning, all honorable members and leaders. Mr. President, I beg to move that this plenary assembly do adopt the report of the joint sitting of the SADC Parliamentary Forum Standing Committees on the Regional Women's Parliamentary Caucus on accelerating the domestication and implementation of SADC Model Law on eradicating child marriage and protecting children already in marriage, and the Model Law on gender-based violence laid on the table of this House on the 4th of July, 2023. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I beg to second the motion.
Sorry, excuse me, my mic was off. I would like to repeat so that it is entered in the verbatim. I will now call on the Honorable Bistoke to present the report.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, in convening this joint session, the Standing Committee were guided by their respective mandates in terms of Rule 42 of the SADC-PF Rules of Procedure. The joint session of the Standing Committees was held on Wednesday, the 10th of May, 2023, and deliberated on the topic, accelerating the domestication and implementation of the SADC Model Law on child marriage and gender-based violence, good practices, challenges, and way forward. Mr. President, the joint session was supported in its deliberations by competent and skilled resource persons who shared their knowledge and expertise and helped the joint session to shape its recommendations, which were contained in the report before this August plenary assembly today. Mr. President, again, this background, the deliberation of the SADC Parliamentary Forum Standing Committees and the Regional Women's Parliamentary Caucus focused on the role that parliamentarians can play in accelerating the domestication and implementation of the SADC model laws on GBV and child marriage, and to mobilize the political will and financial commitments that are urgently needed in order to fully implement universal access to sexual and reproductive health rights, eradicate child marriage, prevent and address GBV, and meet the SDGs by 2030. Mr. President, based on the information that was shared by the highly qualified resource persons on the roles of the parliamentarians in accelerating the implementation of SADC model laws on child marriage and gender-based violence, the standing committees identified some critical action points based on their respective mandates as set out below. A, Standing Committee on Trade, Industry, Finance and Investment. MPs must exercise consistent oversight on sexual reproductive health and rights, programming by executive that involves eliminating GBV and child marriage by considering the appropriate linkages with poverty and social inequalities, and by domesticating the financial provisions contained in the model law on child marriage and GBV. There is a need also to promote trade facilitation and the importation of sexual reproductive health commodities such as condoms at affordable cost. B, Standing Committee on Food, Agriculture, Natural Resources. GBV and child marriage must be considered from a resource-oriented lens, whereby the root causes of non-reporting of GBV or child marriage lie in the absence of resources for women, which weakens their position in society. These root causes must be addressed as part of interventions to eliminate socioeconomic inequalities that discriminate against women and young girls. MPs ought to legislate and exercise oversight for women and young girls to be treated at par with men and boys with regards to succession, inheritance, and education, and as well as employment opportunities. C, Standing Committee on Democracy, Governance, and Human Rights. As part of age control, member parliaments must guarantee universal access to birth certificates by making adequate budgetary provisions for decentralization and awareness-raising programs on civil birth registration, particularly in peripheral or rural or remote areas. Further, SADC member states must commit to enacting legislation to make birth registration mandatory in order to speed up and monitor birth registration. The authorities, in collaboration with traditional healers, must be engaged to monitor civil registration of marriages and customary unions. The monitoring of age through formal means would thus provide the necessary documentary support and evidence to prevent child marriage. D, Standing Committee on Human and Social Development and Special Programs. The committee highlighted that there was a need to prioritize aspects of human and social development, which would promote girls' education, inclusive of comprehensive sexuality education, prevent school dropouts, criminalize both child marriage and GBV, and that domestication of both model laws must be attained through relentless monitoring in collaboration with national stakeholders. Mr. President, in the light of the foregoing deliberations, the joint session of the standing committees of the forum were mindful that GBV and child marriage need to be completely eradicated in Southern Africa in order for the region to aspire to its highest or greatest goals and objectives, in particular those under the Sustainable Agenda 2030 and the Africa Agenda 2063. And they were also cognizant that GBV and child marriage constitute grave violations of the human rights recognized in Southern Africa, including the right to health, the right to physical integrity, and the right to be protected from all forms of inhumane and degrading treatment. It's also taking into account that there are various underlying factors and structural determinants which foment GBV and child marriage, and that and these needs to be addressed comprehensively by parliaments in collaboration with multi-stakeholders, including civil society organizations like ministries and other statutory bodies. And they were also concerned that there is a need to reprioritize sexual reproductive health and rights strategies in the Southern Africa to meet with the emerging challenges such as pandemics and climate change preparedness, as well as the rising inflation, which may shift the focus of governments to other intervention areas at the expense of the progress made in combating GBV and child marriage. Now, therefore, the joint session of the standing committees of the forum recommends to the 53rd Plenary Assembly to A, encourage SADC parliamentarians and parliaments to build consensus and commitments on the need to fight all forms of GBV and eradicate child marriage through domestication and implementation of the SADC Model Laws. B, urge SADC member states to review their domestic legislation so as to align it with the SADC Model Law on child marriage, particularly to set the minimum age of marriage at 18 years without exception. Further urge number C, SADC member states to ensure compliance with regional and international human rights, the standards, by following a human rights approach to child marriage and GBV by reviewing laws on child marriage and gender-based violence to ensure compliance with these regional and international human rights standards on which the two SADC model laws are based. D, encourage SADC governments to adopt a holistic and multi-sectoral approach to child marriage, sexual and reproductive health rights, and GBV in view of the crucial and complementary role of the different stakeholders to constitute of both state and non-state actors. E, encourage SADC member states to prioritize school re-entry for pregnant and married girls, repeal existing discriminatory laws and policies which ban or prevent or discourage married and pregnant girls from attending schools, and integrate comprehensive sex education in the education curriculum. F, encourage SADC governments to recognize the link between the Sustainable Development Goals and the prevalence of GBV and child marriage in the region, which entails that at the current rates of progress, developmental targets set in the SADC Vision 2050, the AU Agenda 2063, and the Uganda UN Agenda 2030 will not be attained, and that it is necessary to address the nexus between poverty and vulnerability to rights violations, including child marriage and GBV. G, call upon SADC governments to ensure adequate budget allocations and to promote innovative financing means to achieve sexual and reproductive health rights and eliminate child marriage and GBV. H, urge SADC parliaments and parliamentarians to deliberately monitor and evaluate progress on domestication by exercising oversight over the relevant government bodies and departments which administer GBV and child marriage issues. I urge SADC member states to develop and implement strategies for awareness and disseminate messages on the prevention of GBV and child marriage, bearing in mind the need to develop advocacy materials which are adapted to local languages for better assimilations. J, implore SADC member states to unite and achieve the shared goal of addressing GBV and child marriage through accelerating the full domestication and implementation of the SADC model laws on child marriage and gender-based violence. In conclusion, Mr. President, allow me to note that these model laws are not mere documents, but allow me at the same time to know that they are very powerful instruments that can shape the future of SADC region, thus safeguarding the life and dignity of the region's women and the children. To quote the words of Nelson Mandela, freedom cannot be achieved unless the women have been emancipated from all forms of oppression. The commitment of the Forum to eradicating child marriage and gender-based violence is a testament to its unwavering dedication to the realization of freedom and empowerment of the women of the region. Mr. President, I would like to extend my sincere gratitude and appreciation to the Secretary General and staff of the SADC Parliamentary Forum for the tremendous work and excellent facilitation of the joint meetings which culminated into this report. I therefore extend my appreciation to the resource persons for their invaluable expertise. I further recognize the support provided by other partners of the forum and thank them for the unwavering commitment to the cause. Therefore, Mr. President, I beg to move. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I will now call on the seconder, the Honourable Ndiweni, to present his speech in secondment of the motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. My name is Dauti Ndiweni, Member of Parliament from Zimbabwe. Mr. President, I support the motion that this plenary assembly do adopt the report of the joint session of the Standing Committee of the Forum to the 53rd Plenary Assembly on the theme, Open Court, Accelerating the Domestication and Implementation of the SADC Model Law on eradicating child marriage and protecting children already in marriage, and the model law on gender-based violence, close quote, which has been so ably moved by the chairperson. Mr. President, it is incontrovertible, that parliamentarians play a key and critical role in positioning and promoting gender and human rights through their representative, legislative, budgetary, oversight, and public opinion shaping functions. In this regard, Mr. President, the members of the various SADC-PF standing committees and respective SADC national parliaments should be intentional in terms of positioning themselves to play their respective roles in accelerating the domestication and implementation of the SADC Model Law on GBV and child marriage, and to mobilize the political will and financial commitments that are urgently needed in order to fully supplement universal access to sexual and reproductive health rights, eradicate child marriage, prevent and address GBV, and meet the SDGs by the year 2030. Mr. President, the urgency to address GBV and child marriage is greatly felt across the region due to its socio-economic impact on our people in the SADC region. There is an even greater need for parliamentarians to work together to accelerate the domestication and implementation of the SADC model laws on eradicating child marriage and gender-based violence. Mr. President, it is critical that SADC member states domesticate these very important model laws, because without domestication and implementation, the scourges of child marriage and GBV will continue unabated and will perpetuate other factors like high maternal mortality rate, early and unintended pregnancies, poverty, and others which negatively impact on the region's development efforts. These model laws, Mr. President, are therefore not mere documents, but powerful instruments that can go a long way in shaping the development trajectory of the SADC region by safeguarding the lives and dignity of the region's women and children. Mr. President, allow me to reflect on two of the good practices towards eradicating child marriage in the SADC region, which were raised during the joint session by our highly qualified resource persons. One, the African Union launched the campaign to end child marriages in 2014 as part of its commitment under Agenda 2063. It was clear that the continent would not be a prosperous Africa or at peace with itself if its daughters and sons continued to suffer violence, die due to preventable teenage pregnancies, or die due to child marriage and femicide. In some countries, over 50% of the girls dropped out of school and experienced child marriage. It was noted that the SADC model laws were best practice, not just in the region, but they also reflected continental and global best practices. Two, the recent trend of repositioning the conversation around culture was also another best practice. The solution lay in the strategic work by traditional leaders and institutions aimed at reclaiming the positive role of African leaders and institutions aimed, sorry, that's a repeat. I'll take it again. The solution lay in the strategic work by traditional leaders and institutions aimed at reclaiming the positive role of African culture. The role of the traditional leaders has always been that of a protector and not a perpetrator, and as they are the providers of security, safety, and justice. As such, the Council of Traditional Leaders in Africa would be well placed to advise on legislation, mediation, and justice and development. Finally, Mr. President, I support the proposal that SADC member countries must accelerate the domestication and implementation of the SADC Model Law on eradicating child marriage and protecting children already in marriage, and the Model Law on gender-based violence, as they are the prime drivers of SRHR-related challenges. Mr. President, I beg to second the motion. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The motion being seconded, I will now open the floor for debate. Please raise your hands. I will start with the member from Zambia.
Thank you, Mr. President, and all protocols observed. I just want to add what Zambia is doing in terms of domesticating some of these model laws that we have been working on as SADC-PF. And I want also to adopt the ways that the mover talked about, that these are very important instruments that are helping our national assemblies. May I put on record that in a way of domesticating some of these model laws, really, which have been used, His Excellency of the Republic of Zambia, Hakainde Hichilema, being an African Union champion on ending child marriage, has made sure that now in Zambia, not only is it criminal to marry a child who is below the age of 18 at that time, but also whoever marries or sanctions that marriage, they will be brought to book. So, I mean, they will be creating an offense and they will be actually criminalized. But as we were here in one of my submission again on behalf of our Zambian delegation, I did submit that as we sit here in Arusha, the president, again, through his cabinet, has gone on to introduce the Marriage Act Bill of 2023, which we'll be tabling before the end of this session in end of July, which will now actually recommend that over, above and above, the age of marriage will be 19. So this is another way of actually domesticating this model law on ending child marriage. In addition to that, I want also to submit to the August House that Zambia, together with all parties in the Parliament, we were able to defeat a motion that was introduced by a private member motion, where they wanted to stop the education of comprehensive sexuality education. Though we acknowledge that there are some concerns, especially among our older generation parents, among some of the key stakeholders and traditional leaders, we do feel that comprehensive sexuality education does not just speak about sex, but it actually speaks about sexuality and even empowering, especially our children, boys and girls, but in particular girls. So again, this was another achievement that as a bipartisan parliament, we were able to agree that we maintain comprehensive sexuality education. Also to note that we do have an SRHR caucus team that is also championed by our own first deputy speaker, where we talk about the issues of ending child marriage. And then in addition to that, I also just want to add that in Zambia, for example, there was no congruency between the customary law and those of the statutory law. And so by seeing to it that the definition of a child is actually in tandem with what is now being proposed as the age to get married being the age of 19 is a success, but also just showcasing that the president himself, who is a champion on ending child marriage, he's trying to domesticate a lot of these decisions or even the model laws that we are looking at as SADC-PF. So in all, just to say that this is something that we are progressing on, and I think Zimbabwe also has laid in this conversation. Many times we have interacted with them. It shows progress, and we know that issues of women and girls, they are developmental issues, they're economical issues, they are human issues. I submit.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I have a member from Eswatini. Is it from Eswatini or, I'm sorry, I cannot read this far. Member, would you please state which country?
Lesotho.
From Lesotho.
Yes.
Thank you very much. I have a member from Lesotho and then the member from Botswana.
Thank you, Honorable President. My name is Makatleho Motswasili from Lesotho. Honorable President, honorable members, allow me to congratulate the mover and the seconder for ably moving the motion before this August House. Mr. President, I rise to support the motion. Having studied the contents of the report and listening to the mover and the seconder, I wish to raise the following issues. Under Part 5.1E, the report states that the adoption of model laws is not an end in itself. This statement, Honorable President, talks to all of us in here. It is a very strong statement, and it tells us to walk the talk. Those who came before, some of us paved the way, and the ball is now in our court to facilitate real action. Domestication and implementation. As the newly elected chairperson of Lesotho Women Caucus, Parliamentary Caucus, I wish to express our readiness to work with partners to facilitate review of existing laws, identify gaps, and expedite parliamentary debate on the two model laws as issues contained therein are issues of concern for our caucus. The report comes at the right time when our caucus is in the process of drafting its work plan, and these are definitely issues to consider. Honorable President, honorable members, I am also glad that the report raises an important aspect of interrogating national budgets with a gender lens. With the support of Commonwealth, the government of Lesotho intends to pilot a gender-sensitive budget in a few ministries in the 2023-2024 financial year. Capacity building sessions were held for the relevant ministries, and the same will be done for our parliamentary committees. Honorable President, honorable members, the report further mentions that economic and social factors are main drivers of early child marriages. I therefore feel strongly that the report should have also made an emphasis on addressing youth unemployment, as it may have a direct or indirect correlation. I wish to indicate that we also have a law that supports school re-entry for pregnant and married girls, but we need to strengthen empowerment. Mr. President, honorable members, lastly, let me commend the committees for raising an important issue of awareness raising, as this may be a missing link in our representative side or role. I also support the recommendation that SADC-PF strengthen accountability frameworks for gender-based violence and child marriage in reports of members or member parliaments, as this will go a long way in ensuring that parliaments are taking action. I thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, honorable member. I have a member from Botswana.
Thank you, Mr. President. Let me also stand to support the motion by the mover, the honorable member from the Parliament of Seychelles, seconded by the honorable member from Zimbabwe. I think it's important to make this jarring observation that we still have a region that is has many young people afflicted by poverty. They are unemployed and underemployed in unprecedented numbers. And you also have wealth and income inequalities. In fact, 3 of the SADC countries, they normally rank very high when it comes to the issues of wealth and income inequalities. South Africa, Namibia, and Botswana, they are usually the culprits when it comes to wealth and income inequalities. I know we have all sorts of reasons for that state of affairs. Mr. President, it's regrettable that the document which was circulated in terms of how the progress we're making as a region with regards to ending child marriages and protecting children already in marriages was that from Botswana side, we have a prohibition of child marriages in terms of the Marriage Act. And we are one of those few countries with exceptions. And these exceptions are on the basis of cultural and religious circumstances. Yesterday, the Deputy Minister, the Assistant Minister of Education, was answering a question in Parliament about kids dropping out of school. And one of the reasons he cited was the early marriages. It's shocking for many to hear this coming from Botswana, but it is the case. We also seem not to be having reliable figures in terms of really where we are in terms of the child marriages. I made an attempt in the last parliament, that was the 11th parliament, in trying to domesticate the SADC Model Law on child marriages to bring a private bill. I regret to also inform the forum that that private bill was rejected twice, both in the 11th and the 12th parliament. And there was only one reason, that the government was still working on a more comprehensive bill. This year will mark, from 29 to this year is how many years? Almost 5 years. Huh? Yeah, almost 5 years. Government is still working on the bill. So I made an appeal at the joint session in Johannesburg that it's also important to try and assist each other with mechanisms of making sure that various parliaments who are represented here, they take up issues in their respective parliaments to domesticate these model laws. Otherwise, they will just become useless documents which are gathered in dust with no action on the ground. Having said that, Mr. President, I support the motion by the mover. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The gentleman has raised a hand there, but I see that you are sitting in the observers section of the thing, and observers do not take part in the debate. So unless you are a member who is seated in that position, if so, you can state, I cannot take intervention from observers.
Mr. President, my name is Francis Piso. I'm not an observer. This is the seat I've been allocated to. I'm the one who saw just 2 days ago from Malawi.
If you are a member of the delegation,
yes,
I will give you the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President, and esteemed members of Parliament. As I've already said, my name is Francis Piso from Malawi Parliament. Let me begin by thanking the mover and the seconder of this motion, and I wholeheartedly support the motion. for SADC to eradicate child marriages, it is important, first of all, to find out the causatives of these early marriages and the gender-based violences. You find out that this is very common in the remote rural areas where poverty is very rampant. Just like what Botswana has said, a member of parliament from Botswana has said, Mr. President, I am afraid that in enacting legislations to eradicate child marriages alone, it is not possible without touching on the issue of poverty. For example, in my country, Parliament set 18 years as age limit for one to enter into marriages. But now and again, you will find that girls are entering into marriages without attaining the age of 18, simply because they feel that by entering into marriages, they will get support from the husband. So time has come for this SADC forum countries to look into the issue of poverty. There is a need to empower the girl child to be able to support themselves without thinking that by entering into early marriages, they will get the support. So I agree with the motion, and just to add that these SADC countries should come with measures how to empower the girl child, especially in the remote rural areas. Mr. President, this is my little contribution. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I recognize the member from Seychelles.
Thank you, Mr. President. I also want to join my voice in congratulating the presenter and the seconder for the presentation of this report. Mr. President, in Seychelles context, in 2018, we had a revision of the penal code. And by doing so, we do away with the child marriage. But in the Civil Status Bill, in the Civil Status Act, we still have to get it harmonized so that to put it in line with the civil code, because we still have to amend the civil status law. And in the Seychelles context, we also welcome any law to do away with harmful practices in regards to children. Right now, we are in the discussion to bring the Sexual Offences Bill to the Parliament for ratification. And to this day, today, the Women's Caucus is meeting with Ministry for Family Affairs to discuss a way forward regarding the GBV law, which was passed in 2020, but has not yet been enacted. Yeah, we still have this to sort out, but all in all, we welcome this model law to eradicate child marriage in the SADC region, and Seychelles will support the domestication of it later on. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I do not have other members who have requested to address. I will therefore call on the mover of the motion to respond to the debate.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to thank especially Honorable Ndeweni, the chairperson of the DGHR committee, for seconding the motion, and at the same time for his very eloquent speech. I would also like to thank all the members who contributed to the motion, namely from Zambia, Lesotho, Botswana, Malawi, and Seychelles. You have intervened and you have contributed positively towards the motion and even shared best practices being implemented into your specific countries. Your contributions, honorable members, and showing your support to the motion have been immensely appreciated. Mr. President, just to add a few additional evidence-based information, gender-based violence remains a pressing and urgent issue within member states of the Southern African region, which were very much expressed by all members, the contributions of all members. In fact, just to echo some strong evidence of the joint meeting held at Radisson Blu early this year, by the highly qualified resource persons, they diverged and eluded that the prevalence of GBV in the region is estimated to be the second highest in the world. In Africa too, there have been reports on abuse such as intimate partner violence, sexual harassment, child marriage, female genital mutilation, domestic and sexual abuse of women and girls, which were exacerbated particularly during the lockdowns during COVID. In addition, with online learning, cases of, we have seen, online abuse, harassment, and exploitation of children have been also on the increase. Though well-documented gender-based data, like my colleague from Malawi mentioned, remains a key challenge towards the rollout of comprehensive and systematic gender-based violence and COVID-19 response recovery efforts into the African Union member states. There has been a high risk on intimate partners, rape, and other forms of sexual violence. According to a report by the SADC Gender Protocol Alliance, the prevalence of gender-based violence in the region ranges from 28% to 53% for women and 17 to 28% for men. And similarly, child marriage is a major concern in the region, with at least 6 countries in the sub-Saharan having child marriage prevalence of over 30%. Like my colleagues even mentioned, poverty and disaster remain key drivers of child marriage. Climate change, climate-related disasters, and other humanitarian emergencies could quickly worsen the situation. That was said by UNICEF, and where they predicted that the number of child bribes in Africa could double by 2050. GBV increased in the times of crisis, especially during COVID-19. It really impacted on the women and girls. During the COVID-19 pandemic, the data on GBV showed that sharp increase in violence against women and girls due to the disruption of the programs. For example, Mr. President, the UNFPA's estimate shows that an additional 13 million child marriage will take place between 2020 and 2030. This is too much globally as a result of COVID-19. And according to WHO, the global estimates 2021, sub-Saharan Africa has the second highest 33% prevalence rates of physical and or sexual intimate partner violence among other married partnered women aged 15 to 19. This evidence shows that there is a great need for all SADC member states to now fervently review laws on child marriage and GBV to ensure compliance with regional international human rights standards on which the SADC model laws are based. Therefore, Mr. President, I beg to move that this plenary assembly do adopt the report of the joint sitting of the SADC-PF standing committees and Regional Women's Parliamentary Caucus on accelerating the domestication and implementation of SADC Model Law on eradicating child marriage and protecting children already in marriage, and the Model Law on gender-based violence. I beg to move, Mr. President, and thank you.
Thank you. After the response, I now put the question that the report of the joint meeting of the standing committees and RWPC on accelerating the domestication and implementation of SADC model laws on child marriage and gender-based violence good practices, challenges, and the way forward be adopted. Are there any objections? There being no objections, the report of the joint meeting of the standing committees and RWPC on accelerating the domestication and implementation of SADC Model Laws on child marriage and gender-based violence, good practices, challenges, and way forward is duly adopted. Thank you. Honorable members, we have substantial time before we need to break for lunch. So I propose that we move to the next order of business. And I will call on the Secretary General. Would you please read the next order for the day?
Motion on a matter of urgency and regional importance. Motion for the SADC-PF to support the candidature of Honorable Dr. Tulia Ackson, Speaker of the Parliament of the United Republic of Tanzania, for the position of IPU President.
Thank you, Secretary General. Before we proceed on the motion, I would like to address the Assembly on rules of procedure. I would like to state that under Article 6, F, and G of the Constitution, which specifically relates to the forum being a platform for discussion of issues of regional interest and the need to promote cooperation with other parliamentary organizations, that the matter before us, I believe, does fall under that objective of the forum. I also, in consultation of the Constitution and the rules, I am certain that any member may bring a motion to the Assembly for consideration. I note that the admissibility under Rule 27 of the Rules of Procedure only provides that a motion is rendered inadmissible in specific circumstances if it contains derogatory, disrespectful, offensive, and unbecoming references to a head of state, a government, assembly, or its members, or to the president. I therefore believe that this motion does not contain any such elements and that I cannot rule it as inadmissible under Rule 27. I will also address the article on notice of motion, which generally calls for a motion to accept that this can be waived in the matter of urgency and regional interest by the president of the forum. Now, I believe that it would be unfair to the member to use that rule to deny the member the opportunity of bringing his motion. I think if I did that, it would only be an undue restriction on the right of members to bring motion. Finally, on the issue of how the motion may be concluded, I would say that the rule of the SADC-PF is that motions should aim for consensus. However, under Rule 20 of the Constitution, which addresses decisions, it says that decisions shall be arrived at by consensus, and the event of failure to reach consensus by a simple majority of members present and voting, provided that each member shall be entitled to one vote. So this is the rule that I am relying on to proceed with the motion. I hope this clarifies some of the points in relation to rules of procedure. With this, I will call on the Honorable Darren Bergman, MP from South Africa, to move the motion.
Chair, thank you very much. There was indeed a question this morning that suggested on what rule we made this. And as you've stated, 26.4 prescribes us to use that rule. And with regards to the precedent, there's a precedent that states that in submitting such a motion, we have to make it subjective and we have to give an action. It was never our intention to make it subjective, and it was never our intention to make it an action. So for anyone that would see the original motion and compare it to what was the final motion, I think you would understand that the intention has always been respect for all candidates, respect in this debate, and to come out with unity and to come out with consensus. And again, reiterates that this is about playing the ball and not the player. I would therefore like to move a notice of motion on a matter of urgency and regional importance, a motion to support the candidature of Ms. Tulia Axon for the presidency of the Inter-Parliamentary Union. Can I motivate?
I will call for the seconder of the motion.
Chamo-me Pedro Sebastião, deputado.
My name is Pedro Sebastião, honorable member from Angola. Honorable President of the SADC Parliamentary Forum, honorable speakers of the National Parliament, and heads of delegations, will be brief in this intervention, which is the supporting the motion.
Muito obrigado, Sr. Presidente.
Thank you, Chair. We will second the motion that has been moved by South Africa.
Honorable member. Honorable members, I have received an amendment to this motion, and according to my consideration of the rules, an amendment can be moved at any time that the motion is under consideration. The amendment has been duly submitted in writing and circulated to members, so I will take the amendment now because I need to rule on it, and therefore we will take it before we proceed on the presentation of the motion. The amendment is in the name of the member from South Africa.
It's from Zimbabwe, rather, Mr.
From Zimbabwe. Yes, thank you very much. I correct. The amendment is in the name of the member from Zimbabwe. I would like the member to just state the amendment for clarity to the Assembly.
Mr. President, the amendment which I duly propose is in terms of Rule 32(3) of the Rules of Procedure, to propose an amendment to the motion which reads, motion for SADC-PF to support the candidature of Honorable Dr. Tulia Axon, Speaker of the Parliament of Tanzania, for the position of IPU President. Mr. President, recalling that SADC-PF decisions have always been through consultation and consensus, recognizing and acknowledging that the three candidates from the region have offered themselves for election to the IPU presidency, recognizing the need to abide by the provisions of Article 11(6) of the SADC-PF Constitution, acknowledging
the need to maintain the strong bonds between and among SADC countries. Now, therefore, resolve that extensive consultations be held between now and the IPU Africa Geopolitical Group meeting to be held in Angola in October 2023 on the possibility of reaching a consensus on one candidate for the SADC region and Africa in terms of Article 11.6 of the SADC-PF Constitution. I so submit, Mr. President.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Once again, upon consideration of the rules of procedure, I will need to rule on the amendment, and I find that under Rule 32, bracket 5, which states, an amendment shall not be permitted if, in the opinion of the President, it substantially alters the principle of the motion proposed. In this case, I find or remember that the amendment does alter the principle of the motion, and I cannot accept the amendment. I will now ask the mover of the motion to proceed with presenting his motion.
Thank you, Chairperson. Recalling Rule 26.4 of the Rule of Procedure regarding the tabling of motions and the matters of urgency and regional importance, recognizing that all member parliaments of the SADC-PF are also members of the Inter-Parliamentary Union and therefore belong to the SADC group, whose mandate includes consulting on agenda items under consideration at the RPU assemblies for purposes of ensuring that regional consensus is reached. Cognizance of the urgent need for consensus by the SADC group regarding the candidacy for the Inter-Parliamentary Union President for the period 2023 to 2026, noting that the presidential candidates thus far are from the African Geopolitical Group, and we list all 4 candidates, recognizes the prestige of the position of President of the Inter-Parliamentary Union, and therefore the need for a concerted and unified campaign to garner support for Ms. Dr. Akson's candidature, reiterating the need for Inter-Parliamentary Union membership to elect a president that will uphold its objectives and vision. Now therefore resolve to, in accordance with the SADC-PF Rules of Procedure, agree to the candidature of Dr. Tulia Akson as the SADC-PF preferred candidate for the Inter-Parliamentary Union President. Number 2, that the SADC-PF establish a 6-person campaign group reflective of the diversity of the membership of the forum to lead and campaign other bodies and geopolitical groups in support of Dr. Akson's candidacy for the President of the Inter-Parliamentary Union, and that the costs of this campaign shall be covered by the SADC-PF member parliaments. Now, Chairperson, as I've said a few times now, yesterday when I brought this up, I believed that there were 4 candidates, and I said that the 3 candidates that I've worked with in CPA and RPU, I would be proud, a proud African, to have any one of those candidates represent us. It is indeed a sad occasion today that we have to bring a motion that is pointed, when I believe that we could have, that our rules should allow for a unified motion that would have allowed us to just have a discussion, a dialogue as to who we want as our candidates, why we want them as our candidates, and then reach a consensus within this room. Unfortunately, the rules and a precedent has been set in the last discussion around the RPU president. And we would be deceiving ourselves if we didn't stick to that principle. And the principle was, of course, the use of, you would need a an action and a subject. Now, South Africa, how did South Africa arrive at their subject was the question from Malawi. South Africa proposed the candidates, you will recall, in Seychelles. So that was not hard. We want to keep this a positive motion. We want to make this about the ball again and about principle. But in answering the question, I need to say that how we got to naming the person and trying to get to a resolution was we were the ones that had indeed nominated Dr. Akson. Secondly, we have to look at the countries that are geared now to represent us. And this would have been in consultation yesterday. I would have raised this as an issue. I would have said, we've been to Malawi, we've been now to Tanzania. So we do have an understanding of what the countries can produce in what little time they can produce. And I think one of the factors that we have to have at the back of our minds is if we to have an international delegation be hosted by our countries, what will they be coming to? And how will they be hosted? And I think we have to be honest with ourselves in what we can provide. We then looked at I'm not sure. I'm talking about any country.
I will take the point of order from Malawi.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, is it in order for a fellow member within the SADC member states to degrade other people's countries? Because from what I'm hearing, he's saying that we should look at countries, what they're capable of doing. Isn't that disadvantageous to a country like Malawi? Because the issue here is about the presidency. So he said we should talk about the ball. But now we're talking about countries to show which country has got power or more land or more infrastructure to host an international. Is that in order, Mr. President? I stand to be guided.
Yes, honorable member. If the honorable member was intending such a remark, which is intended to impact negatively, I would think it's not in order. I did not see the member addressing it in that way. However, I would caution the member. To be careful not to degrade.
No, Mr. President, he should withdraw. Mr. President, he should withdraw. He has said and we have heard. He needs to withdraw that, Mr. President.
I will caution the member.
Mr. President, we know that he has mentioned about Malawi. We hosted SADC member states.
The candidature, Malawi has got the candidate.
And he has mentioned about Malawi that we hosted SADC last year.
Order, please. Order. I will hear the member. Is that the member from South Africa?
Mr. President, I will suggest that for the orderly proceedings of this House, we refer to the matter. There's a table there on Hansard. I have not had any of the members' views derogating any country. In fact, he was building up his point around countries that has participated to host various meetings in a manner that is commending countries. He has never undermined any country. So I will suggest that for respect of this House, we refer the remarks of a member to Hansard and the member concludes his statement so that a proper ruling can be made. We should not invoke emotions on an important subject that we are debating. A name of Dr. Tudu was put forward unashamedly, unapologetically. So let's allow the member to conclude and we take the debate forward. Thank you.
Thank you, honorable member. Do I have a member from Namibia?
Yes, thank you, Honorable Chair. I think this is very unfortunate. And before we started this conversation amongst ourselves, or before we moved to this point on the order paper, amongst ourselves, we said, these are the stuff that politicians are made of. And someone remarked and said, now the politicians will come out. And it is said that we are not disappointing on that front. Now, in addition to what the honorable member from South Africa, what he said, Honorable Chair, and having cognizance of what the Chair have said, and in the spirit of consensus, the spirit of Ubuntu, if you so wish, or is so inclined, I would want to ask the honorable member from South Africa the following, and premised on the following. I've heard the honorable member to say, we have been to various countries. We know what the respective countries, paraphrasing, is capable of delivering. Right. Now, in my considered view, Honorable President, that could induce an interpretation either way. So, for progress' sake, I would want to ask the honorable member from South Africa to simply just, perhaps I would not say withdraw. No, let me speak. Onani, let me speak.
Please conclude.
Yes, let me conclude, Chair, or Mr. President. To simply withdraw any insinuation that could be construed as derogatory so that we can move on. Because in all seriousness, I would tend to think a person who is listening to him and has a candidate would determine or conclude or think that he is saying that Tanzania would deliver better than, say, for instance, Malawi or Zimbabwe. Another person, another person who is neutral would simply say he is mooting a reason as to why that particular candidate should be supported. But for progress' sake, Mr. President, I would beg and plead with the member that he just withdraw any part that could be insinuated as derogatory so that we can move on and debate the matter.
Thank you. I will rule on the points raised in the point of order. In my opinion, the presenter of the motion had not reached any point where he was degrading the country. And I will note that at the outset, he said that he had equal respect for all candidates that had been so named in the motion. In that case, I will be satisfied if the member is just careful that in his conclusion of the remark, in his proceedings on the remark, that he makes no derogatory statement on any member country. Thank you. The presenter of the motion will proceed with his presentation based on my ruling.
Chair, thank you very much. And as I've been on record many times to say that Malawi was a great host and Catherine O'Hara, a great friend of mine and the Speaker of the House, was a formidable host, and we really enjoyed our time in Malawi. I'm not sure if we're going to have emotions on every paragraph. If we're going to have emotions on every paragraph, I'm not going to be able to get through the. I'm not going to be able to get through the motion, and we're going to be sitting here till tonight. So, Let us listen to the point with our ears.
Please proceed, Honorable.
Yeah, please, let's listen with our ears and not our mouths. Number 3, with the countries that already hold international positions, we look at the countries now, and Zimbabwe is currently the proud holder of the presidency of PAP. Malawi is the proud holder of the position in CPA. How many positions do we know is available at present in the RPU? Maybe there's more than one position that we can lobby other candidates within Africa that there's other positions for. There's also within the rules of the RPU, and we must be careful of this rule that I see, that says that a politician must be sure that they are still going to be a politician for the next 3 years. So unfortunately or fortunately, whatever the case may be, one would have to look at their country and say, what are the prospects of an election taking place within their country, and what are the prospects of their return? Of course, what we're looking at positively as well is gender parity. And of course, you never want to just bring in gender as a debate, because you want this to be chosen on merit. But when we're talking, most of what we have said in SADC, this parliamentary forum has been around gender, has been about how we're empowering the youth, how we're empowering gender. We must walk the walk and not just talk the talk. And for me, when it comes to what SADC needs to increase its trade, it needs to increase its tourism, and we need to lobby for the lifting of sanctions to some of our countries. So for me, it's who is best placed to bring that to SADC? Which candidate is best placed to do all of that? And that's why I believe that in this motion that we were forced to bring into that.
On a point of order.
I will recognize the speaker from Zimbabwe.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, President. Reference to some country holding some international presidency. I would want this august house to know that Malawi has been Deputy Secretary General of the Commonwealth. And Tanzania approached Malawi, persuading the Deputy Secretary General of the Commonwealth not to contest for the position of the Secretary General of the Commonwealth. And Malawi, in all humility, agreed so that Tanzania would take the Secretary Generalship of the Commonwealth through its former foreign minister. And that is a fact. So if you start comparing now, then Tanzania will have...
Honorable Speaker, may I?
Can I finish?
No, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Speaker, please, I do not believe this is a point of order. I believe it is a point of debate. It is a point in debate.
Yes.
And I would very much respect your right to bring to this point in debate, but I do not see how it is a point of order. Honorable Speaker, I ask you to reserve that point for debate.
Thank you, Mr. President. I shall debate accordingly.
Thank you.
Chair, thank you very much. And just in closing, just to say again, first prize would have been that the speakers and the leaders of delegation got together, got around the table, and reached consensus. SADC is about unity, and SADC is about reaching consensus. And I think if we were to have reached that before the motion, I think that would have been first prize. coming out of this discussion, let's make sure that we're worried about the principles, because next year is not going to be the same people. Next year, we're going to be debating again, and it's going to be different countries. And then the people that were emotional this year might not be emotional next year. They might be the ones that are now lobbying. So we need to be careful that we make sure that we are setting in tune the principles of the matter. So what I ask for in today's debate, Chair, is let us do what's right for SADC and not what's right for the individual. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think I will now allow the seconder of the motion, the Honorable Pedro Sebastio, the MP from Angola, to present his speech seconding the motion.
Muito obrigado, Sr. Presidente.
Thank you, President of the SADC Parliamentary Forum, honorable speakers of national parliaments and heads of delegation. We are going to be brief in this submission, which is to support the motion moved by South Africa. I'm referring to the motion by South Africa respecting strictly everything that we got in writing and that we've got here. The motion, our region, one of the most vibrant of this continent, has more responsibilities for everything that it can and it must give to the continent, and why not to the world. Aware of our responsibility as members of this organization and concerned with the emergence of 3 candidates whose profile for everybody and especially to the forum, we met all the heads of delegations and speakers within what has been statuted in the statutes. Mr. President, union is strength. It brings synergies and it strengthens while divisions weakens and discontinuity of action. Looking at the candidates of our region, any one of them with a brilliant and enviable curriculum and with experience in these, because they are in equality of circumstances, we thought that we should field only one candidate by consensus. Consensus, Mr. President, doesn't mean unanimity, because even unanimity doesn't mean absence of divergent viewpoints in some aspects. This issue cannot divide us. Its treatment should strengthen us even once more, Mr. President. Once we've seen all the presumptions, legal and statutory presumptions, and after dealing in earnest with everything, with each delegation, but this is exactly what democracy is about. We shouldn't be trying 12 hours at 17 hours, because we will not find it. And time is because history doesn't forgive those who come late. And if we try to see putting off is not taking a decision, or taking a wrong decision is bad, but not deciding is even worse. For all this, and respecting all the candidates, and we second the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable. I shall now allow debate on the motion. Members who wish to address may raise their hands, and we will observe 5 minutes allocation for each member. Can I start with a member from Zimbabwe?
Thank you, Honorable President. Please allow me to state at the very outset that as Zimbabwe, if we had an opportunity to choose our neighbors, we will choose all of you again. Mr. President, I want to go on record as being very uncomfortable with the decision that you made in relation to my proposed amendment to the motion at table. I don't believe, not an iota, that it substantially alters the principle of the motion that is before this august gathering. The idea is to choose, Mr.
Point
President.
of order.
Thank you. Do I have the member from Zambia?
Thank you, Mr. President. My point of order is very straightforward. I just want to find out, the honorable member on the floor is questioning the ruling of the chair. Is he in order to question the judgment of the chair? Thank you.
The honourable member would not be in order to question or to argue against the decision of the chair. However, the honourable member may be entitled to argue that his motion was justified, in which case I will allow that to be done in the debate. Thank you.
I appreciate that, Mr. President. Mr. President, it is my fervent belief that the motion before us comes via unsanitary means. I believe, with respect to Rule 27(1), it is an absolute and deliberate erosion of that rule. Why do I argue in this way, Mr. President? In our view, we have been disrespected. We proposed, as was articulated yesterday, 3 names for this House to consider for the presidency. However, surreptitiously, 2 other names have been removed from consideration. And I struggle to observe, Mr. President, until I'm convinced otherwise, that it would look like nocturnal meetings were held to arrive at these decisions. because so far, what we have before this House is a bare denial, a removal based on nothing. And at law, we argue you cannot place something on nothing, Mr. President. It has been suggested that our candidates were removed purely on the basis that we are poor, and as someone has as someone has indicated that our candidates do not stand a chance to come back. That's an attack on our internal processes and democracy as an independent country, Mr. President. It is purely un-African, in my view, and improper for us to debate such a motion, to consider whether our host is worthy, more worthy than us, the hosted. It's an African, it's unheard of, so this platform is entirely not proper for such a discussion. Apart from that, Mr. President, it is unjust and unfair because the candidate from Malawi, the third standing candidate, is not here for reasons known to all of us. I struggle to reverse what is at table, but as a delegate from Zimbabwe, I totally oppose this motion, and I have never in my 5 years as a delegate to this august assembly noticed, or I have never seen a divisive motion like this. I propose that people take time to look at the 3 candidates whose names were put forward, and further consultations be held behind the scenes with a view of settling this matter in Angola. I so submit.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I have a member from Namibia.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I think for once, I have to state that it is actually quite good to stand at a place where you are objective as a politician for lack of interest. Now, not lack of interest in the outcome per se, but lack of interest in a certain outcome. Now, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Members, I'm inclined to want to agree with the Honorable Member from Zimbabwe without the emotion, in the following sense. If we are talking about choosing a specific member, choosing or electing, because that's essentially what it is, then it boils down to making a choice, a democratic choice. Now, if we are leaders that want to champion democratic choices, then surely we should also want to champion informed choices. Now, the mover of the motion have said that we know the capabilities of the respective countries. I assume because we have names, he also by default is saying we know the respective capabilities of the different candidates, because eventually we now have individuals to fill the position as it is being mooted. Hence, to why one saying that if the plenary, if SADC is being afforded an opportunity to choose, it must be an informed choice. And with that in mind, one is inclined to think that actually, shouldn't these candidates then have mooted their candidature to the forum? That's one. Individually, stood here in front of us, given a chance to moot why they are best placed as individuals, why their countries are best placed to get the backing of SADC. I respectfully would ask the members that I'm hearing now that the honorable member from Malawi is not here, negating that very proposal that I was going to make, because one person is now not here. I do not, oh yes, the one from Zimbabwe is here, so that would make it one less. Be that as it may, Honorable President, honorable members, I do believe that consensus is important. I do agree with the mover of the motion in as far as saying when SADC goes to IPU, we must go to IPU with a candidate, one candidate. But I do not think it would be right for this forum now to say that this is our candidate for two reasons. For lack of informed decision, as I've indicated earlier. But secondly, I want to border on talking about locus. I want to border on saying, but who then, or what, to what extent does this forum dictate the single candidature? Are we prescriptive? Can we make recommendations? The reason why one is saying that is because we don't all sit on IPU. But my understanding is that all our presiding officers do sit there. So to that end, I think the voice of SADC-PF should count and does count. I think we are entitled to advise our presiding officers who then goes to IPU. But to what extent should our advice go? My respectful view and humble view would be that SADC-PF should go as far as saying our presiding officers must go to IPU with a single candidate, not two, not three. So they, amongst our countries, should choose who the candidate is that we are going to back. Because even if today we stand here and say that we pass the motion as is, and Malawi says, we have raised our objection, we've been treated unfairly, therefore we are not going to support division. Zimbabwe says the same thing, division. So as a forum, my respectful request would be to avoid division. For those who are on IPU, our respective caucuses, our respective leaders, to go and choose. If there is going to be an election, then that election of that particular candidate happens at that level after the respective candidates, the respective countries have mooted with one another, after the respective countries have lobbied one another, and an agreement or an election happens at that point. If this forum here chooses that, with the emotions that we have seen and the uproar that have that almost commenced at the beginning of this very conversation, I really think we are risking ourselves to either alienating some members, which of course is inevitable in elections, but to a fracture that we might never heal, to a forum that we really want to become a substantive body with teeth on an issue that in the first place I'm questioning our locus. So, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Chair, in a nutshell, or President, I beg your pardon, in a nutshell.
Please conclude, Honorable.
Yes. What I'm saying is, let us direct that SADC go with one candidate, and that direction should go to our heads of delegation, and that work of who that particular candidate is should be at that level and not at the forum level. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable. I have a second member from Zimbabwe. Honorable member.
Thank you, Honorable President. Let me begin by thanking the Honorable member from South Africa who has moved this motion and is seconder. Honorable President, you may have to forgive me. I'm at pains as I deliberate on this motion. Mr. President, I don't want to believe or think that you'd want to go down in history as one who has presided over a motion that might divide the region and this SADC Parliamentary Forum by this particular motion which is on the floor. Honorable President, the mover of the motion, the Honorable from South Africa, mentioned that SADC is about unity. And the last 2 days, the motions that have been on the floor, we have been talking about solidarity and unity. And I want the mover of the motion to reflect on whether this motion divides or unites the region and the delegates who are in this room. Yes, we may be minority in terms of the collapse and ululation in terms of deliberations, but I want all the members to reflect on whether this motion tends to divide us or unify us. You cannot bastardize your own brother and other countries through a motion which is divisive as the one that is on the floor. Why do I say so, Honorable President? Yes, we know we are poor. We know, yes, we do not have money as Zimbabwe, but we remain proud Zimbabweans and proud delegates of the SADC. We remain so proud to be members of the SADC Parliamentary Forum.
Thank you. We now have power to the microphones, and I will invite the honourable member to continue with the motion of the debate.
Thank you, Honorable President. I'm Paulina Mpariwa from Zimbabwe. I had forgotten my name. Yes, I had acknowledged that we are out of our poverty, out of our poorness, we remain proud Zimbabweans and proud participants to the SADC Parliamentary Forum. For the entire life that I have been in Parliament of 23 years, this is my first time to witness such kind of a motion that divides the nation, that divides the forum, such as the SADC Parliamentary Forum. What am I proposing, Honorable President? That I would have rather preferred that the three candidates be given an opportunity to sit in a room or to be given a platform on their own to decide who can be the best candidate. And after all, this is not an IPU forum. Most of us are not candidates, are not delegates to the IPU. And as they go there, they will be able to deliberate amongst themselves who can be the best candidate, rather to pick on an individual. We can actually recommend that we have the best candidates, the three of them, and the IPU decides as they go for the IPU plenary and the elections are held. So I submit, Honorable President. Thank you. Unity is of key as we deliberate. Thank you.
Obrigado. Portanto, tenho um membro da África do Sul. Muito obrigado, Senhor Presidente. Eu gostaria de dizer que, portanto, estou mais persuadido pelo raciocínio apresentado por Angola nesta questão. Portanto, Angola levantou uma questão profunda.
Honorable member, can we verify that translation is coming through correctly?
Is disrupting me.
Is it correct?
Okay.
Honorable,
Can I speak?
honorable member, you would like to start your
Okay.
intervention over again?
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm saying South Africa is more persuaded by the reasoning of Angola in dealing with this very important subject. That SADC Parliamentary Forum is known as a vibrant region in the continent. And SADC has dealt with contentious matters and expressed position to go to other forums. It has done so in support of Zimbabwe to be president of PAP. It has done so in support of Malawi, this forum. So what we are dealing with here, we should not allow ourselves or to create an impression that by discussing amongst candidates and making a preferred choice is degenerating SADC into disunity. It's incorrect. That's why I say I agree with Angola that says that consensus doesn't mean unanimity. And when we debate and counterpose each other here, that's a basis for strength. If we subscribe to principles of democracy, if we are
One moment, honorable member. Do we have a difficulty with interpretation? Please try again, honorable member.
I'm saying, Mr. President, that this forum, the vibrancy of a region emerges out of number of issues that this region has had to debate and to make position. This not in no way, this is imposed to members. If we subscribe to the principle of democracy, this is a motion presented to the House. It must be dealt with on its merit or demerit. None of us here are questioning the correctness of debating this matter. But what do you do since we are here? Speakers informally drink tea together there. They have had to discuss this matter. There is no consensus there. But there's nothing like Speakers Forum because the executive, the matter was introduced to executive. And it's a continuation of the discussion without suppressing anyone. Yesterday, advocate introduced that there are 4 candidates. None amongst us questioned. And we accepted that as a treatment of truth. But today we are proposing as a country that our preferred candidate is Tanzania. Not based on charitable exercise, on the basis of principle, on the basis of her capacity to can play a meaningful role in geopolitics. We got no doubt that that has got capacity to do so. And also, there was no denigration of any country. We don't rule a member on what you infer. We should not create that impression or his or her own remarks, but what they said. And I think that on that basis, we have ruled. And I must say, let me say, President, I respect other candidates here. They've got impeccable credentials. In fact, amongst them here, Advocate Mudenda, he's amongst the longest serving. We do agree, but you should not create an impression that we've got a crisis of leadership in our region. We should not put ourselves in a corner and deprive ourselves an important moment of intervention. Others with such experience carries an obligation to nurture others into the future. So we are not stagnant. So we should be able to agree with this position. And I really hold, South Africa holds that view, not in an arrogant manner, but in a manner that appreciates that there are different forums in our region. And many around the continent must play the responsibility. So move, President. Thanks.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I will now give the floor to the member from Zambia.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. President, for giving me this important opportunity to add a voice to the motion on the floor. Mr. President, let me, on the onset, declare my newness to the committee of the executive, the EXCO committee. I think I had my induction in Namibia on the orientation as we are all coming into office, and then we were followed up by a meeting in Seychelles. It was in Seychelles, Mr. President, to those that are not part of the EXCOM committee, that there was a projection or some writing which came and was projected on the projector. I wish I had those writings that were projected. And in that meeting of the EXCO, which was held in Seychelles, there was a paragraph, I don't know if it can be brought somehow, that clearly was, in my understanding, indicating that SADC-PF, whether that is through the executive or however that happened, they had come up with the name of Right Honorable Tulia Ackson. Those who were there, you can correct me, but it was very active in actually tweaking the language or adding, which we all know that he's one of those people that we admire and respect, and the institutional memory he brings to SADC. So in our view, some of us who were there, we were given an impression that the candidacy of IPU, therefore, in the SADC region, remained between Malawi and Tanzania. Okay? That was the status quo, at least from my understanding at that point. Then there was the issue that they had a time frame that they needed to campaign. Again, I stand to be corrected, and I'm sure Secretariat, you do have notes to this, that then a decision will be made when we meet in Tanzania at this plenary Assembly. And the Speaker of Zambia, who's seated right here, again, I stand to be corrected, Madam Speaker, you are vocal about why Zambia was putting its weight towards Right Honorable of Tanzania, Honorable Ackson Tulia. So, to my surprise and to many of us who were in that meeting, not to discredit anyone from running as a candidate, we ended up with 3 names. And Zimbabwe, which was actually very proactive in ensuring that the democratic space of Malawi is also accommodated, had now joined the candidature. So, again, I'm just giving brief history. Like I've said, I'm a novice to the SADC as well as in the EXCO, but as I recall, this is how it proceeded, and that conversation will be brought here. So, as we came to Tanzania, I was of the understanding in the spirit of SADC that we would be coming here, whether all of us or EXCO or maybe everyone from the 15 member states, to have now to come and conclude on who become the one candidate that we support so that you can meet West Africa. Because you're not the only ones, or we are not the only ones. So really, it saddens my heart as a young politician that we are progressing in a very much destructive manner when they shouldn't be. In any election, there should be one candidate. There can only be one person to sit on this seat, as we like to say in Zambia. In concluding, I also don't want to take away what Honorable from South Africa, Darren, said, or the conversation that have gone back and forth between Malawi and I see my brothers and sisters from Zimbabwe. I beg that all of us, we have been in elections before, we have been hurt before, we have been left before, and we may have said things that maybe directly or indirectly were degrading or perceived as degrading, that we should take back and move in one spirit as united. And for us who are younger politicians, we look up to you, the leaders, and it's discouraging because in a lot of reports we saw, we are not trading together because we do not agree. We are not doing these things as SADC because we do not meet. And here comes an opportunity for us to realize there can only be one candidate and we need to be united and to leave this place without looking down on any country, because every state has its sovereignty and it has its strengths and weakness, and no country should ever be looked down or looked up. But what is it that we want to achieve? That is what we should be looking at. I submit.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I have the member from Namibia.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. I think I will be very brief and stand to be guided also. Some of us are young, but not so young, but we are young. And I look to you all as my seniors, others my mothers, others my fathers. And as a Tswana boy, I'm raised to be guided. Now, when I was listening, I was tending to think that there is, according to me, nothing wrong to say anything to me. It just depends on the manner in which how you will say that thing. There is a derogatory word that I will accept from you, provided the manner in which we achieve. Now, the big elephant, or whatever that is called, is to be conquered. And the only way we can solve a problem is to face and conquer the problem. And out of this, to learn how in future to deal with the matter. What is the input into the history of candidature? SADC. I think besides the presiding officers, who are the speakers, They are the ones who are serving both SADC, IPU, and others. Now, what is the material impact of a decision of today? Even the IPU ultimate goal will be solved by elections. The ultimate goal where we are going, it will be solved by the ballot. Does it stop a candidature of a person at SADC? I think we all know the answer, no. But does it have an advantage as a bloc to speak in unison? I think yes. That's why we are trying to build these things. And sometimes we must try to listen to ourselves. We are struggling with a 15% trade amongst each other, 15%. Yet we are so aggressive on an IPU candidature of, I think, 3 years. But on matters that have substantial interest in having a direct impact on the living of those we claim to represent, we have got a lock-slow approach. Now, as I said, I took the floor just to say that I think Angola has also said it. An outcome does not necessarily say there was uniformity in the decision. It has never been and it shall never be. But what matters is for the Secretariat, as a learning, please provide this as input. Because the only moment we become, don't want to use the S word, but if we don't learn from our experience. And history has guided us to say, we live forward for every day, but life is only better understood looking backwards. You can only connect the dots looking backwards. Now let's this predicament, and I was also privy to certain information. I like my sister from Zambia who put the things on record. I think there comes a time, in as much as they say politics is not about the truth, but there come times that we need to be truthful, not only to the next person, but to yourself. It's the only way that you liberate your soul the day after tomorrow. Now, as I said, when we look at what is there, is to say we need to pronounce ourselves as SADC for a candidature. I heard the concern from my brother from Zim, and I think also my brother here from Namibia, who are saying it could have been better if all 3 candidates were paraded and they sell their manifesto or whatever. Notwithstanding that, you see there are technicalities of how to start and how. But what is of importance, paramount importance, is to reach the objective. Are we going to say, when we flip that coin and say, let any other member bring a motion supporting the other candidature, because the one of South Africa is explicit to Honorable Dr. Taxon. Now, if any other member brings another one with a reference to it, will it solve the problem? I don't think so. Now, we have got 3 candidates out of whatever. The history was narrated. Mine was to say, first, let's get a policy guideline, a document that the Secretariat will be working on that will help us in future how to arrive at this. 2, besides the presiding officers, the aspect of taking a decision today will no way, in any way, hinder any other candidate that tend to offer his candidature. But as history, as tradition, it has always been prominent, as narrated by the others, that as SADC, we pronounce ourselves. And I think every speaker was saying it will be good that as SADC, we go to that forum in Angola with 1 candidate. Now, 3, it's where I need to be guided. Is it us, the EXCO, or the presiding officers to make the decision, or is it a plenary? Because the decision has to be taken not by people who are in their graves, but people who are alive and who are in this room. Us, we have to take that decision. So now it's only to be guided in terms of the rules, in terms of the legality, in terms of the technicality. Who are these people and how? Because is it a plenary, then we move as such. If it's the EXCO, then we move as such and we get a conclusion, because the only way we're going to go, that's why I'm also reiterating the fact that even that outcome of today does no way in any other hinders any other person of making himself available, but it confines to the statutory imaginary unison that in one way we preach and the other we don't live, but at least it takes us towards trying to say this is the candidate from SADC following in the tradition. I so submit. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Member. We'll only address on the last point that has been made, and because this applies to the rules of procedure, I believe, with consideration to the rules, that the matter is before the plenary, and the plenary has the decision. Honorable members, we are past due for lunch break, which was supposed to be at 1:30. I have a number of members still on the list requesting to address, and I will specifically state I have Malawi, Eswatini, and Botswana. There may well be another, and Lesotho, and, sorry? And I will note these: Zimbabwe, one second, please. I have Tanzania, South Africa, and also Lesotho. Malawi is that there. Okay. Thank you, honorable members. Honorable members, at the start of the session this afternoon, I will go over this list again so that I may bring it up to date. So don't worry, if you wish to raise your hand, I have Zimbabwe. We will rise to adjourn, and we will resume at 1500 hours, 3 o'clock. Thank you.